You did miss me demoing my new raid alert. I guess that is a Twitch exclusive until I actually get raided. Oh well. Um, do do. Okay. And with that, we are good to get going.
雀荘のベテランはやっぱり一味違うな。うちみたいな正直な打ち方の人が気軽に挑戦してい
It
いもの
feels
じゃない
weird,
な。
like actually just queuing into South
私
now
には
after
直
so
球
long
勝
of
負
not
がお
being
似
able
合いだ
to.
し。
And well, not that, but like after getting used to the speed of East rounds. I feel like bad games hurt you more in South because at least if you get off to a bad start, in theory it's more chances to get to the top. But for what was happening to me, where I'm just not able to like pull hands together, and then I lose by everyone else sumoing, even though I don't deal in. It's like, okay, well, I've fallen to last, and I'm just stuck there until the game ends. So being able to Spitfire East games was nice, but I don't know if I want to get to Masters just because I grind, like, Silver East. What I do now? That is 4 pillars. And this would be a fine toy. Yeah, I think I toy this because the door. Keep rolling.
ち。
Easy game. One. Slope.
ポン。
Slope. Oh, this is great. It looks like... I mean, it still reads as toy, but it also reads as potentially half flush. Which means... I mean, I guess I'm still technically waiting on, like, 5, but it makes... I don't know. I don't know if I'd be expecting to die off of dropping a 9 bamboo. A 9 so... So. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
ロン。
Damn.
太陽。
My hampers was so much more! Alright, cue the frustration of I'm so much better than all these people, why do they win and I don't? I don't know if I did this on stream. I probably did, whenever the last time I played this game was, but I went through one of the, like, the match reviewer things, and I just kind of didn't agree with what it was suggesting in a lot of instances. So, it'd be cool if I could have... I mean, I could get, like, a coach or a tutor, obviously, but, like, it'd be cool if I could just have someone to explain, because without, like, it's with it just showing, you know, this is the bestest color, second best, etc., according to, like, our metrics, it'd be cool to be able to click a button and see elaborations on why. Like, why is this good, why is that bad? Or whatever, because I just didn't agree a lot of the time. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Beach.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll die. That rock could last well. Crocodile rockin'. I mean, it's Suji, I guess. I thought about it. No. Yeah, I thought about calling the 2, and then I cut 1, and then I just have to cheat like a full heal. But it also puts me in fully tan if I can't cheat a full.
つもこれいただきます。ビーチつもハクドラ。
Damn. Technically, I should have cut Red Dragon. I should probably cut East, but I'll be greedy with it a little longer because it is double value. Boom, 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 boom.
ポンです。
Yeah, yeah. Wow, then I drew another one. We could have killed each other's hands. Down by the river side, when the fireworks were going off. Yeah. I mean, I guess I should have cut 9. Because I could have just, like, that could have been pale if it needed to. Well, I mean, if I'm putting the 7s here, then... Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm hoping for a 5-pin, I guess. But, like, 8's also fine. Okay. The plan has changed. It's, okay, we're not dropping bamboos anymore. Okay. It is safe. And 2 is also safe. Okay.
ごめんなさいね。
It wasn't even half flush!
ドラ
What the fuck? Easy full flush. What the fuck is this? Dude! Like, I don't think I opened this hand. This hand is already a nuclear bomb, but it's like even worse if I close it, because it'll be full value, full straight, plus I've already got a pure twin sequence. It is enough of a nuclear bomb that I will chase, because I don't want to like give up everything because I tried to get greedy with someone already Uchi. It's still a good hand. Pinfu, Pinfu, pure twin sequence, Dora. Like, this is at least a Mongon, even if it's not what it could have been. Let's go!
ラッキー。リーチ、スモ、ピンフ、イーペイコー、ドラ。マンガン。
So don't you blow me. I don't know the lyrics offhand. I am to rise and be in love with all these vampires, so you can leave like the sane abandoned me. 3, 4, 6, 8. Whatever the fuck this is, and then 5, 6, 7. And it shows. So why don't you blow me a kiss before she goes? Give me a shot to remember. You kiss and I will surrender. A light to burn all the empires. In love with all of these vampires. Okay. The whatever the fuck this is now something. Sense has been made. Give me a shot to remember. All the rain away from me. I'm not reaching. Because it's bad weight plus low value hand. I want to see what can happen with this first, if it can progress anymore. What a banger decision it was to not Uichi. Well, I mean, I guess I would have killed them, actually, but... That's fine. I never thought I'd die alone. I laughed the loudest, who'd have known? Trace the cord back to... See, the hand is still bad, so I shouldn't Uichi. But this is twice now where I could have won had I committed. You'll be sorry when I'm gone. Yeah. I still stand by not reaching for what it's worth. But maybe I just have too high standards. It's just so hard to say, because it really does feel like every time I Luigi, people just magically are able to defend. But then, like, if it's anyone else, they continue to drop. Well, that person was Luigi, so they had no control over what they dropped, but it feels like people just deal into other people and not to me sometimes. So I'm just very, like, nervous about Luigi in general. Because you are just telegraphing that you can win. And especially on a hand like that that wasn't that worth pushing. I don't know, like, maybe it was a Mongon if I got an Ulidol or something. I don't know if I cut East, because it's my Pale. It's my only Pale. And it doesn't kill Pinfu. My friend, go to my room again. You poured it up. Remember the time that I spilled the cup of apple juice in the hall. Please tell Mom this is not her fault. Dude, my room is so hot. Like, I've been thinking about setting my camera back up and doing more of a face cam, because I think I am that kind of person, especially at, like, this point. There's cool shit you can do with a webcam, or with like a PNG, but I'm not doing any of it for a few different reasons. So I feel like having the camera on is probably just more of what I'd want to be. Granted, I also, part of why I took it off is I'm not really expressive. Dude, this could have been 7 pages. Anyway, like, my room is so hot, so I wouldn't want to have it on regardless, because it's just like... If I wear a shirt, I die of heat stroke, and if I don't wear a shirt, I am on stream shirtless, and I do not have that confidence as a current. So I'd be waiting a few months probably just for, like, survivable conditions. I've got, like, an AC going full blast. I can't even feel it. Which is kind of how things have felt all week. Or for the past few weeks even. But, like, My god, am I like hot as fuck right now? Mind you, I've cut like 6 palas. Well, I guess rather I've cut a pala 6 times. Counting like, you know, I had a 4 and I cut 1. I had a 3 and I cut 1. I had 2. 2, 3, 4, 2 Norse, 2 1s, 2 8s. Dude, that could have been such an easy 7 pala stand, but I didn't believe. I will say I drank some water and that shit's hitting, but you know, that's that and this is this. I think I half flushed this. Yeah. Yeah, half flush. Which I guess means I don't call East. I'll see if I can draw 2 or 3. If I can get like a 1, 2, 3 healer, then that's some juice. Okay. I see. I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mahjong deities, for the gift you have bestowed upon me. Thank you, Artemis, my wife. The hunt is on. Also, it doesn't even... I don't know. I called 1, 2, 3, so I guess looking at my hand and seeing half outside isn't unreasonable, but based on my discards, it really doesn't look like I'm going for it, because I've cut a lot of, like, 7s and 3s. 2 7s, a 3, a 1. 2 honors. 2 4s, which is like... Sure? No one's dropped south, though, which is kind of concerning. Okay, now is where it starts to read. Half flush has cut a red 5. It's okay, someone will drop a south eventually. Surely. Got a second red 5. Nice. I'll bait them with an emote. I'm sad about what I have drawn. Okay. Surely no souths get dropped now. You leech sheet on a 2, but you also dropped a 2 pretty early on. Actually, 3 of the 2s are out. So that 1 should be fine to cut. That is not fine to cut. 2 twos are out. 3 twos are out. I'm not dropping that. That was just dropped.
感します。
Good attempt.
脳天か。ショック。最後までテンパれなかったのはついて
Yeah, they probably had one and just committed to folding by the time they got it. You mock me, game. Why do you do this so? Pull me under, I'm not afraid. Yeah, I guess. I might cut the souths. If I nat draw a third one, it's a Yaku, and if I don't, it's a Pale, but the Pale kills Pinfu. It also kills any chance of Tanyo. Yeah, I don't want it.
Pun.
I have a Pale now. So Pale 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. But if I can cut at least the one, that does become Tanyao. Bitch. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I mean, I was already dead by that point, so I wouldn't have kept them, but like.
Pon です。
Nice. Okay. I might draw into Ipeko. Ipeko. Nice.
ロン。
No!
チュン。
This is where we say goodbye. Feels a little slower now. This This is where we saw it through. Thick and thin, this friendship is. Here we swore that we'd be true. That would. My water cup is empty. Um. Would love to draw 3 pins so I don't have to cut Dola, but you know, we'll see what happens. I can cut 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
Reach です。
Hey, Kroy, what up? How have things been? Today is a good day. I'm glad you feel that way. My day has been alright. I left work early and I took a 3-hour nap, which I don't like naps, but I was tired. And I haven't streamed Mahjong in a while, so figured I would change that. Dude, look at the starting hand I had like 5 minutes ago. Someone's Uchi, I forgot. Dola is safe. And yeah, there's a little bit of confliction because I don't think I want to stream this like every day, but so like taking a break from it was nice, but full growth, it just feels like it should be the main thing I stream. But I've been doing things with friends, which is willing to stream other things. And yeah, that's what I thought. I wound up pitching out because someone else Luigi decently early, so I just took the Ipeco and then like what Pinfu plus who had 5. Because as I was cutting the onlus, I drew like 4 pin 5 pin. So it was a Pinfu wait on 3 and 6. And I didn't want to get greedy on a hand with someone else already Lychee. I figured I'd just take the cash out because it was still like a strong hand, easy Mongon. Tell me what you need. I don't know what the best thing is to cut right now. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that hand, yeah, I Lycheed it. I Lycheed the same turn they did because I drew into Tenpai, like, right after they did. So it was just back-to-back Lychee. It was, yeah, Red 5, Lychee, Ipeco, Pinfu. Something else. I didn't screenshot the final hand. Oh, fuck. It's always like, I click 1 second too late. I don't know, I think that was, okay. I got ulted, somehow. Yeah, full Han, fake Mongon, but then sometimes it's just a Mongon, straight up. Hmm. Sure. 3 concealed triplets is still, well, it's not 3 concealed, but Tanya, we got 5. Damn, I should have waited two draws. Should have waited 2 draws. Yeah, it's just tough to say sometimes. I think, nice. Yeah, I did misread the hand a tiny bit until after I clicked the button, for what it's worth, but yeah. By the way, I tried out the hand reviewer, like, in Mahjong Soul. I didn't really agree with it most of the time, and I found that, like, kind of interesting. Like, there were a few times where I could look at my hand and I could say, okay, I don't think what I discarded was the correct discard, quote-unquote. But a lot of the time, what it was suggesting, I didn't think was actually, like, the best discard. So I'd be curious, like, what the criteria is for it, or if it's just, like, that's it still being work in development or something. Or if it's just an instance of, like, Mahjong has enough nuance that what it's suggesting isn't necessarily what you should be doing. Yeah, I'll review this game, and we can go through a few hands after this over. I guess it's one of those instances where, you know, like, what am I trying to do? Because, you know, it's, like, maximum tile efficiency versus going for a strong hand. If I'm going for max tile efficiency, I'm not going to get the strongest kind of hand. But if I'm going for the strongest kind of hand, I'm not going to have the best, like, tile acceptance. So, it could just be one of those instances. Bump, 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 bump. Alright. Man, I'm in focus. I got a not deal in. I will see that. Take everything that wasn't even yours. Wait, you don't got a hold of me anymore. Also, cutting 2-man was to avoid the inevitable fully 10 of a 1, not to... Well, not that one. Like this one, not so much because we had 5. Whether that matters for the decision or not.
ち
No. Because this is my payload.
リーチ
I mean, all that matters is that I don't deal in. I'm in first. So. And it's, well, they'll deal it, I guess. But, like.
最適なタイミングのはず
I am out of safe tile. Okay, they dropped a 5 early on. Oh, it was. You're right, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the backseating. Partially joking. Joking, but also not wanting to get, like...
振り込まないように気をつけなきゃ
I think we had this conversation in the past. Not wanting to be coached, but also, mostly it's not wanting to get in trouble for it. Anyway. And I figured it out now. Waking's what your heart is for. Right.
脳天かショック最後までテンパれなかった
Yeah,
の
no, you're
は
fine.
ついてないな
It's one of those jokes that I say and then realize it's like an asshole joke. I did it to my sister, like, a month or two ago, and immediately was like, I shouldn't have said that. Well, it's like...
Boom.
Like, I don't know. This thing is such a, fuck, what's the word? Yeah. I don't mind, like, tips and whatnot, because I do want to improve. Just not wanting to get in trouble, or not wanting to rank up because, like, quote-unquote, someone's playing for me. Yeah. I don't know, maybe wait till, like, the round's over, and then be like, oh, by the way, they had dropped the 2S that South Seat cheated, so it was safe. But it's not a big deal either way. Yeah, I was driving my sister and her boyfriend somewhere because I was the DD for the night. And I got like told to turn heel, whatever, something, and I was like, thank you for the backseat driving. And it was meant to be like genuine thank you, but I'm gonna make a joke out of it as well. And the moment I said it, I could like feel I could sense a disturbance in the force. And so I like immediately backpedaled on it. But it was like, you know, when you try to make you just like casually say something that would be an asshole-ish thing to say and just bank on like the vibe and the circle just knowing you and knowing like how it's meant to be taken. Like when you addict to your friends because like you know and they know that it's all out of love. And it was in that instance I was like, maybe like wrong audience. Yeah.
まったな。ロン、
Okay, I will happily take second. That's fine, that's fine.
ナウ、ダブナウ。
Annoying that I got second off of that game, but like, that's still way better than alternative. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Yeah. That is true, that is true. Okay. So in this instance, I cut 3. It's suggesting I cut 9, but it's saying 8 is also fine. I can, like, maybe see cutting 9. I don't know, I feel like if you cut this 9, you're committing to cutting the next 9, and 8 is the payload. Well, I mean, you could just do 9-8 sequence. I think I went for 7 payloads, and I think that's why I cut the 3. I definitely don't understand the 8. And I can see cutting 9 for too many payloads, for Tanyao, etc. For like a few different reasons. But I definitely don't get the 8, which is being analyzed to be almost as good as the 9. The only way I see 8 is if it takes other people's hands into account. And so it's like, well, you wouldn't have drawn an 8 anyway. Yeah. Yeah, cutting 3 was definitely, honestly it was Toy Toy because 4 was Dora, but yeah, Chi Toy Toy Toy. But I just don't get why 8 is so high regardless. Unless that's just a better Chi Toy discard. Which, I don't know, I guess I see, because 3 still connects to the 5 if you want to bail out. IPK... Yeah. Anyway, there's that. I cut 8 here. I'm trying to think why. Because I do see 6 and 8. Oh. No, this is still just going 7 pairs. And none of them were out, so I don't think it matters too much. I'm listening. I guess, yeah. But, like, 4 was Dora, I'm already committed at that point. But yeah, that is true, that is true. Cutting 6 and 8 were better because I have ways out. And I guess cutting the 3 on the same lines, it is just, I am fully committed by cutting the 3. I did dual triple, by the way, I did draw it. But again, I'm saying, like, Chi Toy 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 as the same thing. Like, I was already planning to go for Toy Toy this hand. And I would have gone Chi Toy if that's, like, where the chips fell. Yeah, I mean, it's with that question in mind, that's why it was Toy Toy. Also, you see, I already have it. Here I cut 8, it's suggesting to cut 6. I presume it's the same difference, just 6 is already out and 8's not, I guess. So, 6 is the better discard for, like, efficiency. But I'm just cutting the 8 immediately after anyway. I assume the 9 here is just that it has to suggest a third tile. And not that, like, 9 is actually a good discard. Yeah, get the inside tile out first for defensive purposes. That's fair. I think I usually do that, but I didn't this time. I sometimes do it for sure. Yeah, then same thing here. I cut 1, and I should just cut 6 to get it out of the way. I don't have any reason to be scared of holding on to 1. Yeah, and then East Seat wins with a 1,000 point hand, because of course they do. Here I cut East. Which is like, yeah, I'm cutting the Honor because Honor is worst tile acceptance. Yeah, well, it's that, but it's also just the Dora, because it was a triplet of Dora, and with how like the hand was at the start anyway, like I had 4 pairs by this point in time, and one of them is Dora, so I overcommitted. Sure, I accept that, but I don't think it's like a bad overcommitment. Okay, so not that it's giving a big difference between East and the Nines, but I am curious why it thinks East is not the best discard. Or is it close enough that I just shouldn't think about that too much? Is it just suggesting hold the East because it could give me it could be a Yaku? Okay. Well, with only one East, I think it's still fine to cut it pretty quickly. But I guess that's fair. Um, this is probably an instance of not looking at what I drew. I think Red Dragon is what I would have cut in most instances. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll usually cut all the honors, so I don't know why I cut 9, especially after drawing the 8. It probably just didn't look really hard. And then I cut Red Dragon, which, especially knowing someone has a Pele, I think dropping Red Dragon is correct. I guess this is fine because it was just dropped. Yeah, they were both dropped recently, so like they're fine, but I think Red is better. It's called a 9 heal, 9 and 8 are both rated very similarly. Yeah, my logic is just that by cutting the Yakuhai, I'm, like, potentially hampering other people's hands, and also wanting to get the liability out of the way before it becomes a problem. Which I think is more just like a playstyle thing. But maybe one is just better than the other. When I was learning to play through my friend group, it was kind of just recommended to cut outside in, so you cut the honors, then you cut terminals. I know one guy in the group will cut like like an honor that he has a paylift sometimes. That is true. That is true. More defensive approach, I guess. And maybe that's where I'm failing, and why I'm struggling to rank up. I cut 7 heal. I don't know why 1 is better, beyond just having just been dropped. Because 1 does keep a meld with 1 and 3. If anything, I think 9 Bamboo is maybe the best discard healer. Oh, there is Uchi. Okay, you're right. There is Uchi. I'm only analyzing my hand. Yeah, so it's the same. 1 was just discarded, so it was 100% safe, but this was also Suji, and I didn't want to, like, compromise my hand by dropping the 1. Yeah, I see both sides. I think my cut is fine. It's a little riskier, but with more potential for payoff. And I can always cut the 1 later parentheses I did. Soichi, the 1 I had just cut, so I knew it was safe already. Even if it does technically make my hand worse. I'm kind of in folding mode at this point anyway, probably. Half and half, because this is Ishanten. Ishanten, but I'm waiting on double pale probably. 2 pale wait. Not really. This is kind of me cutting the thing that I just dropped, like last round. Both will 100% safe. 9 pin, I guess, is also safe from EC, but EC's not Uichi, and they're not open, so I'm not thinking about folding against them. Yeah, it is, but it's also dual. But I did take note of that. Don't worry. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Okay, I accept this. Also, okay, I never dropped it, but I did take note of it. I swear.
妻これいただきます
Alright. I cut west because 2 were already out, so it was already dead. and I would have tried to cut the Anus anyway. I would have cut the East. Okay, I held the East because I think it was you. Someone recently in like a previous stream had suggested holding the double value wind, because it's more with it. So I held it. I cut West because it wouldn't have been a triplet, and it wouldn't have given me value anyway. I understand cutting the two, but I personally didn't because I can always cut it later, and I like 2-2-3-4 because it can function as payload plus meld. I can cut the extra and just make a triplet out of it. Not because in my mind 2 is my confirmed payload. Like I get it, sure. I think I like 2-2-3-4 over the double West. Yeah. I don't know. The hand is close enough to finish that it's kind of how do you want to go about it, I guess. Yeah. East if you want speed. 2 if you want, like... I guess 2 advances the hand the most. Because it's 2-3-4, 7-7-9, 1-3-8-9, West-West. I think I even like, No, because I like 7 payloads, also reason to cut the 2. Another small detail. Chanta. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. That is fair. Okay. I think this is just an instance of not looking at what I drew. Committing to cutting the 1 because my draw is probably a worse cut than the 1, and then not actually looking at it. Yeah. I mean, noted. Maybe I just overvalue, like, 2-2-3-4, but I like it because I'm thinking I can draw 2 of 5, and it's now Pale plus Meld. But yeah, I guess holding the West as a Pale is fine. It's still saying to cut the 2, and at this point, we're getting close. I think I was between the 4 and the 2 on this. And I think I cut the 4 and then decided I should have cut the 2. But it would have been the same logic for keeping either one. But knowing that I don't need to keep both. And I guess keeping the 7, cutting the 9 because 7 is my pale. Hang on. Hello and bye, thank you. I love seeing the bot message being like, oh my god, cool, I can get free subs, bye. Free AI viewers. Yeah, 9-8, 2-3-4, 7-7, 2-3-4. Yeah. True. Yeah, because I'm not gonna draw into a 9. I mean, if I draw an 8, then I cut 7, and I'm back to, like, the 2 being my pale or the 4 being my pale, but... Okay, I can see 9 being the better cut here. Duckney, what up, how you been? I'm getting coached, I'm getting match review. I don't think South is bad here. It still just kind of wants me to drop the 2, which I probably should have dropped already by this point. Yeah, I'm still in the gold. I do ranked to silver, I immediately got back to gold, and then I do ranked again. Listen, whether you think you're good enough to be a coach or not, you're giving me information that I did not already have, and what is that if not a coach? Also, technically speaking, you can be a good coach without being good at, like, the game in question. Just so long as you know, like, how to give pointers, or you're able to review what goes wrong. I'm big into, like, fighting games, and I know there have been, like, fighting game adjacent events where they've had people on as a coach to teach, like, newer people the game, but the person they had as a coach was there just by being a good coach and not always by, like, being one of the better players at the game, and they're still able to get their team to be one of the better teams just because they're that good of a coach. Or just, like, being the coach of a top player, and the player themselves is better than you, that doesn't mean you're a bad coach, and that doesn't mean, like, in Smash Bros. Hungrybox, one of the best players and one of the formerly, like, the best players, his coach was, like, his best friend from, like, school, and, like, the coach played the game and was, like, probably good at it, probably fine, but wasn't a top player. But it was through, like, their collaboration that he was able to become, like, uncontestedly the best player at one point. So, or conversely, being good at the game doesn't make you a good coach because you might know what to do, but you might not know how to convey that information. It's actually a different skill set, as weird as it can feel to the untrained eye. Anyway, yeah. This is it just saying that I should have cut the 2 a million years ago, and this is me saying, well, I've still got the 2, so I'm gonna cut the south. Which is, like, not the worst, but should have cut the 2. And then same thing here, should have cut the 2. Crazy that it's... I guess it was just dropped. Yes, I had to get this off my chest. I hope I get the chance to lay it for him. That the stewardess said to fasten my seatbelt. I guess we're crashing. I just called it 3. Which... I'm very bad at telling if it was safe or not in this instance. 7 was safe, I cut it last time. 9 was safe, South Seat cut it last time. Alright. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, okay. Cut. This was the funny hand. This was the hand that I sent you. Cutting 2 here just because half flush is the suggestion. Yeah, Dulky, you got no idea, dude. This hand was crazy. Yeah, cut 2 because it blocks half flush, but, like, green and red, green dragon, red dragon, I'm probably also cutting. Same thing here. It's saying to cut 7. I cut Honor. It's saying to cut 7 again. I cut this. I cut Dora. But like I was only able to thinking about full flush in this hand. Full battle of fools. That is my argument for the cuts I did or not make. Also, not cutting 5 was correct because I then drew a 4, and then they reached, and so I just cashed out. Hang on. What's the criticism here? Yeah, dude, this hand was insane because it was full flush, Ipeco, full straight, potentially. Okay, why? What is the criticism here of like what I did? Because all that I can see is that it's saying the best thing to do is the thing that I did. Like it's saying to cut 7 with Uichi, which is what I did. I think that's just it being bugged, probably. Anyway. I cut East to get Honest out of the way. It's saying I should have cut the 9 because East West both give value if I hold them. Got it. Once again, it's saying to cut 9 because West and White Dragon both give value if I hold them, but White Dragon's a little better because one's already out. Yeah, I know Suji. When you have these 6-9 shapes, the 9 is extra bad, so you can always cut it, pretty much. Even if you do 7 or 8, you would still... Yeah, again, it's just me cutting honors before... Sorry, a friend DM'd me, and I wanted to respond to it. Yeah, I think this might just be an instance again of not committing to pale. Keeping the 6 open as a pale in case to see what happens. And then again, just cutting the dragon. Oh, yeah, the dragon. One's already out. Full pin. I guess we'll just commit to the pale. Is 6 that much worse, though? I feel like even without the pair, it's probably better to cut the 6 over the 4. One, two, three. I mean, I've already got 5 melds, I guess, but I don't know. In my mind, if I draw like a 3 or a 5 in, then I cut like 8, 6 instead. So it's like holding it just to see if I draw anything, and it probably would have been the next thing I cut regardless. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 5, 6, 6, 7. I do love me some ramen. Some ramen noodles. I don't know what ramen is. I cut dragon, and it's saying cut terminal. So the thing I'm getting from this is just cut terminals before honors in a lot of instances. Okay, yeah, got it. Anyway, next difference. I cut this 2. Interesting, because in most cases I would cut this 2. And I think this was the hand where I realized after the fact I should have gone for Chitoy. And I say that. It's still telling me to cut the 2. Yeah. And this especially was the point where I cut the 8 and then immediately got punished for not going Chitoy. And it still just wants me to drop the 2-man. And it still just wants me to give up, bro. Give up, bro. She don't want you. Also, look at... Hang on. Yeah, okay. Look at this hand. 1 pin I had 2 of. 2 so I had 2 of. 4 so I had 2 of. 3 so I had 2 of. 8 so I had 3 of. East I had 2 of. 5 and 6 I had 2 of. This was like 10 pairs. Holy punished. I realized like halfway in that I should have gone for 7 pairs, and all I could do was cry each time I drew another one. Okay, I cut 4, and I stand by cutting 4 because I was going for half outside. However, I'm assuming the instance here is with that in mind, I should have cut 7, and I should have kept the 4 because I could always backdoor it and like just decide I don't want to go for half outside anymore. By cutting 4, I commit too hard to half outside. That is my reading of this. But I definitely don't like the 1. Yeah, but I do also have double value south. I guess granted it's only 1 more, but I cut 3 heal, which is just more hard committing to half outside. Then I cut Red Dragon because 1 was already out, but if I'm thinking half outside, I probably should have held it a little longer. Chasing after half outside is more cost than what it tends to pay out. Yeah. My friend group would meme on half outside when I was learning, and one of the people started going for it a lot. We would like troll her, not troll her, but like, you know, it'd be like the butt of the joke moment. I cut one. Yeah. So I was just hard I was hard locked on someone dropping south. I was hard locked on someone dropping south. I would call it for Tuhan, and then I was gonna wait on like one pin or something. So I was gonna cut both of these. I guess I should have cut 3 before 1 with that in mind. Cutting 1 is the best for tile acceptance. And I can always call the south and then drop the east. It was just all agreed. I just wanted door. 7 and 3, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference here aside from like 1-3 is already out. But realistically, I wouldn't have. I cut 3, and then I guess you hold 7 because there's chance of getting like another 8 or another 9. I cut red 5 as a defensive maneuver to get it out of the way as soon as I could. And also just still being committed to half outside. Plus, if I keep the 3 and the 5, I even more need the third south now. 8 and 3, I don't think there's much of a difference. They were both cut twice by the same 2 people. Telling me to cut Dora. Over the 3. It does put me in Tenpai. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It puts me in Tenpai, but it's still like a shit hand. Like, I don't know, Tuhan if the south gets dropped, but yeah, then once again, cut the red 5 before it becomes a problem. Well, you have to keep in mind, there's 25 jaws left. Someone will drop south, and then we'll be eating. Should have cut 3 north is still half outside compatible, even though 2 are out, I guess. Interesting. Okay, it's saying to cut east because someone recheed. And I cut the 1, which was Suji, plus I think 3-2s were out. Yeah. 3-2s were out, plus Suji on the 4. So I cut the 1 as a, like, 90% safe discard. It's saying to cut the East as a 100% safe discard. I don't hate that, because I'm probably... Well, no, because I might not cut the East. I get it. I understand. If I'm full defending, that is the correct discard, but I was not defending fully yet. Also, we really went to exhaustive draw with 2 souths in the dead wall, by the way.
脳天か。ショック。最後までテンパれなかったのはついてないな。
Hang on. Bum, 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 bum. Hang on. The con? What con? They got Tenpai from con. Oh, I see, okay. They were already Lychee. This was a Waluigi con. Because it's right here. It was like the final draw, basically. If that worked, they would have gotten after a con under a river, which would have been crazy. I fuck with it. No, I mean, you say crazy guy. I absolutely con there because it gives me one more chance to draw a winning tile. From his perspective. That hand. Half flush. Pair of Dora on the green dragon. It gave him a pair of Dora from the green dragon. Hang on. They had Tenpai a long time ago. Well, they were already Lychee by this point. What was that? I'm now analyzing their game, I guess, and they're waiting on it's. Oh wait, I see. I see. Yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's being greedy and trying to draw something better, and then giving up like 7 turns later, and just reaching. But that's such a late Lychee. Because in their defense, they are waiting on like only 7, so there probably was some hope of drawing a better weight. And then, I don't know, by this point, they just gave up and decided to Ichi, but I feel like that's kind of late to give up. Oops. Because, like, this is probably what I Ichi, if I'm them. Because just about 20 draws left. I mean, they've got Half Flush for 2. They've got Red Dragon for 3. Ipeco for 4. Yeah, and then yeah, the Green Dragon became Dora on the final discard. Yeah, no, you're good. Because again, it was right here that they Lycheed. Well, it was right here that they conned because the con was like one more chance to draw what you needed, but also it was already. Oh, I was killing the hand by holding it, and E-Seat was also. Right. Okay, I cut 9. It's saying I should have cut 2. I kind of accept this. I kind of accept 2 being a better discard, but I don't think cutting 9 is that bad, because I already have 8, 7, 6. Because I already have a sequence on 6, 7, 8. Pretty much just that. Probably. Cutting the 9, and then, like, potentially cutting the souths for Tanyao. Like, later on. Also, if I, like, holding... True, but... Yeah, I guess I could draw a second 7, for instance. I'm thinking if I draw, like, something else, like a full of 5, then I would cut the 9 over the 3. But if I drew, like, another 7, then, like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, then 2 just kind of doesn't do anything, so, like, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. And then I cut 7. It's saying 1 and 2 are both better, which I find odd, because it is a proto-meld. I guess the argument is just that I already have 5 melds, and 7 is more likely to contribute than one of them. I guess cut 3, because it's, like, kind of close to the 6, but... I don't think 3 and 7 are that different, personally. 6, 7, 8, Sanshoku. Okay, yeah, okay. That's fair, that's fair. Next. Same... Yeah. And it's... I should have cut 6 because I just cut 7. I guess is the argument here. Makes sense, makes sense. And then it's saying, hey, why didn't you cut the 6? And I said, alright, no one's dropped south, I'm gonna cut it. I can here to cut honors, it's saying I should cut 9. I cut 4 to fold. Except no one's Uchi. No, okay. I cut 4 to inch closer to Ipeco. Yeah, it's just a playstyle thing, and if like the playstyle's wrong, then so be it. But I was kind of just taught to cut honors if you can't get Yakukai off of them. Yeah, could have still been Pale. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I do think you're right. The logic is just that I'm not gonna call it if it gets dropped. So it's kind of weird to hold, but it is currently my only Pale. You are completely right. If I call it, it's a 1,000 point hand. If I draw the third one, then awesome. But if I call it, the hand isn't worth anything. I mean, Sanshoku Doku, still, whatever the... It's a Sanshoku. That's still, like, on the table, I guess, if I had kept the 7 and the 6. 2 things. Plus, there's a Lychee Stick plus 2 repeats. Okay. Okay, yeah, fair. Even a 1,000 point hand is still worth a good bit. Which adds an extra 1.6k to add you 1.5k dealer hand. Yeah, fair. Okay. What's Nomi? Is that just like it's only Wichi and there's no other Yaku? Okay. 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 So I think the thing then that I've been missing and which has like prevented me from continuing to gain points is not valuing quote unquote weak hands enough. So I guess that is the next thing to try to improve on. Anyway, I cut full heal to inch closer to Ipeco. From your perspective, this hand is weak without South. I can accept this. Yeah. Yeah, learn when to push weaker hands, I guess. Dealer plus reach stick plus double repeat. It doesn't matter that the hand isn't worth a lot because I'm gonna get extra points just from like winning. Okay. I cut four for Ipeco. It's saying I should have cut 6. I am okay with this because it doesn't do anything in my hand and it was like just dropped. Got this for 7-man. True. I did. Yeah. Okay. Tunnel visioning on, like, inching towards Ipeco and not actually considering that this is, like, a bomb in my hand waiting to go off. And not in a good way. Same thing here. Cutting dead honor when I could have gotten rid of the 6. Cutting the 9. I mean, there's no difference in that case. And then I said, ah, yes, me holding the 6 has finally paid off, and I'm, like, fucking fully 10. I cut the 1, which they were waiting on, but it was also a weak hand anyway, so it's not too big of a deal in my opinion, just that I dealt him when I didn't need to. Also, they got the, all this. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. I cut west. It's saying I should have cut east. I don't think it matters too much. Yes. Learn from the South Pale. Yes. East, west, 9 are all about the same. Um... Well, in that instance, I was the dealer, so... If I'm understanding right. Maybe I'm not. Okay, I don't see why Green Dragon is such a worse discard. I guess if I... No, because East is also already out. Yeah, I don't see why Green Dragon is such a bad discard here. One's already out, which is the same heal. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Cut east over west because dealer. Yep. I can accept this. I can accept this. Okay. Yeah. So that's then why you would cut the east to choke dealer a little bit. Got it? Same thing here. Not sure why 9 pin is so high aside from being door indicator. And then just the... Yeah. I mean, east doesn't give me Yaku. But, like, in the case of the Green Dragon and the Red Dragon, it's, like, potential Yaku Cry versus this just being a rock. Um... 8 and 9 are both about the same. I cut 9 pin. This is the best discard because it was safe. I accept this. I don't know why I cut 9 pin. I really don't. Just not, yeah, just greed, not wanting to cut Dola, that's all. And not having anything else that's safe and not wanting to cut Dola. And it's like, hey, this is your only safe tile, you should drop it, versus... I mean, this is a 4 at the highest, so nothing else is gonna matter a whole lot. Yep. I understand. I have done that before, where it's like, there's no way they're waiting on this, so I'm gonna drop it even though it's Ipatsu, and then I deal in. It happens to the best of us. The 8 is close to 7, the leech tile, but it's also close to 9, which was dropped early on. So I don't think that's, like, the worst cut, but it's still just, hey, you should have cut the door tile. You should have cut the safe tile. Yeah, it is Suji. Okay, you're right, yeah. That's probably why I cut it, then it was Suji. Yeah. I'm willing to bet I made note of both of these things, and if you go back to the VOD. Analyzing the hand is so different from playing it in the moment. I feel like I noticed so much less, which makes sense because I'm just seeing individual screenshots and not, like, the full hand as it plays out. I cut 8, which... This might have been when you opened the chat, and I just forgot to defend for a second because I was saying hi to you. Yeah. And that's probably just me, I guess, not being improved, not being, like, wanting to improve enough for the time it takes. So, and not, like, writing down specific hands to a view. Yeah, I think this was when you opened chat, and I was like, yo, what up? And then I dropped and I was like, oh, that was an unsafe discard. I cut 5, which is a safe tile, but it does hurt my hand. I think this is probably what I should have cut, given I'd cut it a few hands prior. And then... What, exhaustive draw? True. Okay, yeah. I don't know then. But you're right, that was the safe from everyone because, yeah. I cut the wind that was dead. And it's saying I should have cut the 1. I don't understand why. Yeah. I cut 2. This might have been just instead of like not knowing what to discard and kind of locking up a little bit, because I do remember thinking on this one really hard. I can see cutting the 1 though. That makes the most sense for sure. I skipped, and it's saying I should have cheated. And I guess like chi, and then you cut 9 and you Tanyao. And then I cut 6, and it's saying I should have cut 9 or 5. I can accept cutting 5. And on further thought, I don't know why I didn't cut 5, honestly. I think 5 is this card that I would usually... I think 5 is what I would usually drop here. 9 for sure. Why 9? Tanyao. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. I feel like if you show me this hand, if you have me play this hand like a million times, I feel like I am unlikely to cut the 6. I don't know why I cut it here. I absolutely cut 9 or 5 most of the time, probably. Because I'll do like 9, 8, oh, I drew a 6, cut the 9 a lot. Alright, I cut 9 here, and it's saying I should have cut 8. I don't understand. I don't understand why there's a big difference here. Yeah, so it's just... The issue is just order of operations. I cut the 9 before the 8. Is it saying I should have cut the 8 first because it's outside? Oh, it's more on the inside? Is that it? Yeah, okay. And then I cut 2, and I said this doesn't help me, and I cut it when I should have committed cutting the 8. I discarded the 5, and it's saying I should have recheated the 5. Oh no, I recheated saying I should have discarded. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this was where I was like, oh cool, my hand is 3 concealed triplets, and I clicked recheat, and then I realized this wasn't triplet yet. But I got more points because I recheated. So, nah. It's saying I should have cut north because Green Dragon Yakuhai. I should have cut 9 over north because I don't know. I don't know why. I if it was like west, I would understand. If it was west or south, I don't know why it would tell me to keep a wind that's not mine. 6-9 shape. Okay. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I cheated, and it's saying I should have skipped. This was south for me trying to lock in a quick close place. So I don't think I really need to... Also, cheating 2-3 and cheating 5-6 are literally the same thing for what it's worth. So... 30... I mean... Yeah. You saw this one. And then I cut 8 bamboo here. And it's saying I should have cut 8 mon here. I don't think I agree. I mean, it's a close. The close. I cut 8, and it's saying I should have cut 3. I can accept this. Yeah, cut 3 and cut 7 are kind of the same thing because you're trying to cheat the other one with the 5, and then you got pair of 8. So definitely not cutting 8. Some of the slowly better shapes. 2, 3, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, okay? Two-sided weights on Mon, and a three-sided on Pin. Extremely good. After the Chi, we lock in Tanya. And lose 1 Mon, and 9 Mon possible draws. Okay. I can accept this. I can accept this. No need to rush. Unless you have more to say about that hand. Yeah. Red 5 is a bomb if I hold it because I'm in first on South 4. Why? Why would I not... Okay, I don't understand this one. Why would I cut the 8 Mon? Waiting. Okay. Okay. If you also lost, that works for me. Miss Tin Pie. One turn before. I did miss Tenpai, you're right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense, that makes sense. Holy shit. Bad playlist, bad. Yeah, and then it's like, okay, well, you cut the 8, you might as well cut it again. And then it became deal and tile immediately after, which is funny. And then I cut 6 to fold. I think I should cut 5 to fold. I don't think... I mean, 5 is more inside, I guess. I cut 6, which was adjacent to the 5 that was cut early on, and thus probably safe. It's saying I should have cut 2 because it was... Yeah, okay. This was the one where I didn't see that it was dropped because it was cheated, and you pointed that out after. And then just cutting honors instead of holding them. Cutting honors instead of holding them. I don't know why this 9 is a worse cut than the other one. I guess because I already had the 5, 6, 7. And then, hey, you didn't cut this 9 yet. Hey, you didn't cut this 9 yet. Hey, you didn't cut this 9 yet. Although I got the 7 now, so it's a little weirder. Five, 6, 7, 9. 9 is stronger than usual there. If you draw 8, you get 2-sided. If you get 4 or 7, you get 7, 9 Kanchan. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense, that makes sense. Reptilia! Alright. Yeah, just more like, hey, why didn't you get the 9? Okay. And then Delta and heal, but like that's fine because easy secure second, even though it could have been first. Alright. I'm gonna grab a drink. And maybe like a pickle or something. I'll be back in a few minutes and I'll do another game. Okay. Alright, thanks for the advice. Thanks for the match analysis. Here's to shit going better. I'll be back in a minute. Chat room, I'm back. I have obtained a 0 sugar 7-Up, and I have obtained 2 pickles. Time to lock in.
はあ、なんでみんなそんなにガチガチに固まっちゃってるの？リラックスリラックス。楽しむのが大事。
Maka doesn't like it when I cut Anu's over the 9s. So, South doesn't help me anyway, so I'll cut that. I think probably 2 then. I think I commit to cutting a pale. Like cutting the pale of 9 bamboos over cutting the 1 and the 6, or the 6 and 8. I mean. Okay, I will yield. I misread my hand a little bit. I thought that I had a second pale. You absolutely correct. I should not hit the 9. Yeah, we're gonna cut that. Late enough into the round that it's not worth. It's kind of scary to hold. Okay, have a pale now. Maybe I should have Leechied.
Leech.
It's a single tile wait. It's technically a Suji trap. If they notice the Sumogili, then like they immediately don't deal in, but if they didn't, it's no longer a Suji trap on the Dola tile. Oh, on the Leech tile, I mean. I have been chase Leechied. Please cry. Easy game. The perfect hand. There were no faults with that hand. Shut up. I think west is fine to cut. Because it doesn't offer me anything. And then 9 pin. And then 9 so. Dama as in like Noichi, right? Yeah, I'm always uncertain because sometimes like I'll Dama as a like I don't think this hand is like necessarily worth pushing. I'm holding the north because it's safe against everyone. I'll Dama because I'm just like so in my own head about if I reach everyone defends. But then sometimes it's like, well, if only I'd reached that win would have been worth more points. So in that instance, I could do either one depending on the day, I think. All right, well, they just dropped east. It's Suji. It's Suji. It was just dropped. Dead honor. Yeah, I'll just fold at this point. I'll commit to it. That 4 was post to each. I guess I could have cut that last turn. Yeah, if I'm committing to the fold. I don't think I would have cut the 3s regardless, but yeah. 3 pin, 6 pin. Well, I mean, just 3 pin, but yeah. Okay. South and west don't help me. It's a Lychee and a repeat, so this hand is probably fine to just push if east gets dropped. Also, it's double value east, so. Yeah, I mean, I've got my 5 melds already, so the 2's not super withholding. Yeah, well, I kind of have my 5 melds. Okay, now I definitely have my 5 melds. I mean, I'm not cutting that white dragon now. That's for sure. This is dangerous as fuck. Someone's thinking. Why is the white dragon not scaly? Or is the logic that I'm at a point where Suji Trap? Is logic that I'm at a point people aren't gonna be waiting on dragons as much? Okay. Just one of those new player tips I never grew out of, I guess. That 4-pin is after the Lychee, right? Also, are these the same killers, or are they just, like, sisters or something?
九死九敗。私は簡単に諦めたりしません。
I mean, South doesn't give me anything. Yo, I'm just saying, Sonic All has, like, a crazy fucking good soundtrack. Um, 22792513 I've got 6 melds right now, but I don't know which one to, like, deprioritize. Uh, you each on 5. The 4 is also safe from you. It's probably gonna say I should have cut the 5, actually. I wanted to hold it because red, but I probably should have used that chance to cut it because red.
しまったな。
It's Suji, but it's Suji off of the Uichi tile. How can you tell 147? I understand, like, thinking it's a so weight, but how can you tell what so weight? Five, 8, and 6 is out. And the board discards tell the same story. Okay. That is something I'm gonna need to be taught, like, not while playing on a timer. It is Suji off the 6. Man, the fact that it was actually 147. One, two, three, 4, 5, 5, 7, 8, 8. But imagine looking at, like, a turn 6 Suichi and being like, yeah, they're probably waiting on 147 of this specific suit. Yeah, I will never understand. 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna cut the 3 mon. I guess. It's just funny that you got it like right on the head. Bam, bam, bam. Just gotta know if you really there and you really care. 'Cause baby, I'm not. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. I'm gonna cut the red dragon, and Maka doesn't like it, but it's a playstyle thing. It's not gonna change overnight. Otherwise, I'm just making, like, the discards I don't believe in. I have 2 pairs now. For now. One, two, three, 4. Alright. Listen, I'm obtaining new info, and I'm trying to, like, make judgments by what I think the info means, alright? This shit's hard. I have found that, at least in my personal life, I make more mistakes when I am, like, trying to do right by someone else. Suji. I just gotta know if you be there. I should have got south. One, 2, 7, 8, 2, 3, 7, 7, 9, 2, 3. All right. Okay. Yeah, Ducky Killer. It's funny because when I used to do speedrun stuff, one of the games I played, one of the like the former best player and the former like pioneer was Rubber Ducky Assassin. So I saw Ducky Killer and immediately like considered screenshotting and sending it to him, like hey, this is you, as a joke. Okay. Also, I'm gonna go for Yakuhai plus mixed triple sequence. You have been warned. I will no longer be going for Yakuhai. I don't know exactly how I want to pivot yet. Okay. That's fine. Can you feel my heart? Ducky knows something we do. I mean, Ducky is a master. I am merely an expert. Probably the one. I could half outside this. I will no longer be half outsiding this. I don't know if I should have reached this, but now we have a chance to talk about what I should have done. It's also an early Riichi, so there is that. There is that. If I were to do this in my friend group, no one in a million years would drop North. That's, like, my main reservation. But it sounds like both of you don't see Holloman dropping, dropping an honor, like, a relevant honor into a Riichi person. So there's clearly, something there that I'm not, like, fully understanding yet. Alright, they're chase Riichi. I'm showing them the bat. And then I'm dealing in. Okay. Wipes sweat off forehead. Okay. Yeah, see, because in my group, the meta would be, okay, they're probably waiting on, like, it's North Seat, Riichi, they might be waiting on North, so I'm absolutely not dropping it myself. That's, like, the meta in my friend group. So I don't know if it's just, like, us playing a different game, quote-unquote, or if it's, like, we just never progressed past that level. Because I would be like, oh, I don't have safe tiles, I'm sure as hell not dropping this North. If it was, like, North into South Seat, then maybe. It's gonna be the 9 or the 8. Yeah, and that's what I was suggesting initially, that maybe we'll just pass to a point where honors are common weights now. Because, you know, quote unquote, it's not good. 9p wrong? I was between 9pin and 8mon. Life is a highway. Is this just Chitoy Toy Toy? In my blood and it's all around. Loved you now like I loved you then. This is the road and these are the hands. I'm still thinking about Chitoy Toy Toy. Just didn't want to box myself in on that. All right, we are not. I'm bitching out. It's safe. One, two, three, four. Sure. I'll fight you. I think some pin was technically unsafe. That pin was just before they Lychied, but while it does happen that you like they could have been waiting on it and just drawn it right after, it's not the most likely thing. Any weebs in chat want to tell me what like anime these characters are from? Because they're clearly like from the same thing. They have a very similar art style. They look like sisters, but I don't recognize either of them. Do. Okay, I did think same goal. Are they original characters then? 9866136899. I just don't feel like I've seen the character, so I assumed it was a crossover. But if it's a Mahjong Soul original, it makes sense why there'd suddenly be like two in the same game. It is simple, okay. I mean, I would wager Saki because that would make sense as a Mahjong Soul collab, but they've also they just do random shit now. There was the Sword Art Online one. I think Fate was Uchi City. Yeah, Overlord. Didn't that already happen? Is it a rerun or is it another one? That probably wasn't right. But Epickle. Epickle and potentially Chitoi. So both clients have Overlord then? Or am I just wrong about Luigi City? Okay, because I remember my friend seeing the Overlord collab and being like, "I'm sorry, Luigi City is now just better," as a joke, but also as an Overlord fan. All right, well, this is a toy if I've ever seen one. Maybe we'll see what happens. Bow, 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 bow. Red colored. Hello, ref. Okay. I am following the advice. Suji plus Pele. This is now potentially a Pele. Yeah, Suji Trap in Gold Room? Surely not. Surely not. So what was I gonna cut? 7-pin. It was! No! The Talentu Ichi Suji Trap, that's incredible. Fuck you. Um... 3, 4, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 8, 2, 3, 5, 6. This might be my Pele. It is no longer my Pele. Do. Don't wret yourself up yet. It's only in your head you feel left out. Or look down on. And cutting the 9s because Tanya. It's only in your head to tell themselves when you're away. It's very awkward. It's very mean game. Very mean. Cut that for now, I guess. Someone's thinking about it. Okay. Hold. I am playing with fire because this could be Fullerton. can always cut 7 pin and then just wait on 2 Pele. 3 and 8. If it comes to it.
Reach.
Kanya Uichidora?
ごめん。
Kanya Uichidora sumo? Not sumo, Ipatsu.
リーチ一発。
Bam, 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 bam.
ドラ。
Mangan! Still only a second, but, like, pretty good second.
天下無双にゃ。
You can do one more.
Oh? なんでみんなそんなにガチガチに固まっちゃってるの？リラックスリラックス。楽しむのが大事。
987, 654, 971, 213. Okay. I don't have a Pele, but otherwise straightforward hand. I guess 1-2 pin was probably the better cut. Oh, was I supposed to do log review? I wasn't thinking I was doing log review each round. I'll do it after this one. My bad. Let me just win super quick and then we can log review both games. Is the something important only sayable within logs? That, like, kind of gives me a Pele. Okay. Yeah, we can log review both games after this then. Nice.
Bom.
Was this was this said that? Oh, whatever. I just missed the memo. That's my bad.
Bom.
That was the last 8 pin. Oh my god, it was. It's fine. Let's make a Pele out of it.
Bom.
Never punished.
G. 間
Also, that's terrifying. Surely you wouldn't kill me on the fourth one.
しまったな
If anything, someone else in is the one that needs to be whatever.
リーチ
I probably shouldn't have Lychee'd given the quad, the fucking like $6 right here, and that it was late in the hand, but the monkey saw the button. Never punished.
リーチスモドラに
The defensive Lychee. It always works. Do not cite this. Do not ask for a citation. There's no citation. It just always works. You just have to understand. It was fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7, 6, 7, 3, 4. Yeah, I just don't think the reward was worth the risk when we had like clear Tenpai open hand with like $6 revealed. Yes, it was for the content. Exactly. It's always for the content. They were bigger, you were better. I appreciate the vote of confidence that I was not the bigger one. I have been trying very hard to lose weight. But done. Were they not South Seat? I just assumed they were. I thought it was Tanya? Or is that the hand before? Oh, maybe it was. Maybe it was. Yeah, yeah. Maybe that was the hand before. So, it might not have been, yeah. But again, like, sessions with friends have led me to be of the opinion that if the hand doesn't have a Yaku without Uchi, it's probably not worth the Uchi.
しまったな
True. Very true. Very true. I did say probably. I did say probably. Listen, that was last hand. I can't be expected to remember what happened 5 minutes ago, alright? That is not how this brain works. This brain memorizes quotes from random pieces of media that I watched a decade ago.
G
Doesn't really matter, but
リーチ
you know, the aura of cutting a pair into Lycheeing. You dare chase Lychee me? Bitch.
ごめん このパイはうちがもらいます。リーチ、一発、ピンフ、イーペイコー、タンヤオ、ドラニ。
Ooh, the two door.
ハネマン。
W. Oh, I played. Let me find the picture. I played IOL with my dad and my cousin the other day, and my cousin got. I posted in the wrong place. Yeah, I played IOL with my dad and my cousin the other day. My cousin got Nagashimangan. Granted, the player to his right was an empty seat that we were just auto discarding, but it was still crazy because it's like the second or third time I've seen it ever. Yeah, it's so it's not like a shuffling table, but it is like a portable box that you can push the tiles into to shuffle. I was eyeing it for like Black Friday, and I got talked out of buying it, but then my dad just bought me it because big spindle plus Christmas, I guess. It's technically like the third tile set I own, but it's the only one that has like a table with it. I have the yellow import. Is that what the brand's called? Yellow import, yellow monkey, whatever. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. I have the black tiles that they have. I like that one a lot. It's like color swapped, which makes it a little weird because the white dragons are now black, the red dragons are now like gold. But I really like that tile set. But I don't like shuffling. Like the way that you physically shuffle, you just push everything back and forth and just hope like you don't see any of the tiles that flip. I don't like it. So it is cool. And I know at the very least my dad has enjoyed the novelty of playing on like that as well. No, what I mean is, like, when you play in person, the way that you shuffle without having a fancy, like, table or anything. No, because, I think it's magnets in the tile, so it'll, like, the magnet will grab one as it's shuffling, and that'll be the next one that gets dispensed. Just like on actual tiles. And because it's closed inside, you wouldn't see that, like, oh, the red dragon flipped. And realistically, it's whatever if we play in person, because I'm not going to be paying attention to, like, which tiles flipped or trying to memorize where they wound up. But it is just I don't like it on a vibes level. I was conceptualizing a like a more manual version you could make if you had like a bag you dumped everything into, and then you had a way to like funnel lines out of that. Like you would still need a unique tile set, um, with like magnets and whatnot, but it would work as a way to like auto deal after each hand, because that table is for the Chinese version, so we had to homebrew it a little bit, which is why like after we were done drawing our starting hands, I like continued to draw to make the dead wall, for instance, because it's not properly incorporated anyway. You can't see in that picture, but we took like a red Sharpie or something and we just like drew to mark red fives. But yeah. I don't know what to do with this hand. I think I just fold against this, actually. Yes, I'll get right on that.
Reach, 今度こそ。Run.
You died.
Turn. Dora.
Bangle, bangle, bangle. I'm seeing this single in concert in a month, by the way. I'm going to a convention and she's performing there, and that's all I'm gonna say. I will not be taking any more questions. I haven't had webcam on streams in a few years, so I don't think anyone would, like, try to hunt me down out of the crowd, but I would still prefer to not be, like, a personality, as I just want to enjoy being at a convention with friends. But, I'm going to a convention that she's performing at in a month, so... I've only heard, like, 2 songs by her, but I do really like the 2 songs, so I'm excited to hear more. I mean to eventually explore her discography on Spotify, and just haven't been, like, exploring much music the past half a year. I feel like I should be cutting the 9. But 6 is technically my Pele as well. It is no longer my Pele. What do I want as a final hand? True, I could just kill West Seed and win. Full straight sounds rad. Pride Month is over. I do enjoy that full straight is now a legal hand again. For legal purposes, this is a joke. I am very pro-LGBTQ. Okay, well, I no longer have a Pele again, I guess? Question mark? I can always cut the, other 8. I'll do this for now. Full straight is too far, and I'm close to other things. Hmm...
しまったな。
Yeah, depending on how the draws go, 8 so and 6 mon are both my Pele. Like, if I draw 5 mon, I'll just cut an 8 so. The flexibility of having a concealed triplet is I can always just remove it after the fact.
Reach.
I really don't know what the best option was, though. I didn't have a lot of time to think about it. Yeah.
今度こそ。
I don't know, I just felt like I was too close to Tenpai to justify going for the straight.
クリーンヒットね。
Does the clean hit kill you, though? No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. I deal it. Easy first place. I am the best mahjong player on the globe. In the universe, even.
人生の先輩なんだからうちが勝つのは当然ってね。
Okay. You can summon Darkney back. We can do match review. What am I voting on? Just which one comes back? And I'm gonna vote for one that's not horny. That one's nice. That is horny. They had to cover the titty. That's how horny it is. Oh my god. But feet are okay. Listen, I'm not weird about feet as long as, like, the perspective doesn't literally shove them in my face. Feet are the feet, alright? I like this one. See, this is the one who it's like, it's horny, but I like it. And that's just because I like characters with green hair. That's literally it. And also that it's not like... There's not a lot of melons, you know? Wow, interesting how my character isn't on here at all. Funny how that works. But there's multiple Yuis. This is also, like, this is also an instance of, it's, objectively it's horny, but... The feet attack winning animation, I have not seen this. Am I able to look at this at all? It doesn't seem like it. Alright, how many votes do I have? We're at 5. I'll throw you one. I'll throw you one. This one's great. I like this one. Oh, she's got 3. By God, she's got 3. See, like, this is feet horny. Granted, the whole thing is horny because, like, transparent dress or whatever, like, gown. But, like, the feet kicked up with a sock almost entirely off of the other one, like, that is horny. Think about this one, I guess. But, like, this one, like, nah, it's fine. If anything, like, the little bit of ass is hornier. Okay. So first we have this one. Here, let me grab one more drink. I'll be right back super quick. Chat room, I regret to inform that I'm out of 7-Up. And I'm not drinking a Mountain Dew at, like, midnight. So I guess it's sparkling water for the rest of the night. Okay. I mean, it's sparkling water, so it's technically not water, but it also tastes better. I really should have just filled my water up with how much I'm complaining about my room being hot. But I thought I had another 7-Up, and I didn't grab my cup. Alright. I cut the 2, and it's saying to cut the 1, which I guess is 1344. It's also saying Red Dragon is fine to cut, which feels contradictory to what it was saying last time. So why is Red Dragon fine here when it wasn't before? I guess is the main thing. And then I guess 1 is fine because it's just really close to 344. And it's not like if it was 134, you said that was good, but because 4 is the pale, I guess it's less true now. This hand has a fable for all simples. Okay. That makes sense. And then, same thing here. Could have gone all simples. Which I guess I'm kind of doing by cutting a 9, but... the ones are decently close together. I skipped it saying I should have cheated. I don't know if I like the chi here, but it does put me in Tenpai, and I do have a Yaku, so I get it. And then I discarded 4, and it's saying I should have cut the 8. I didn't think it mattered. I guess there's 1 5 out already. There's a 7 out already also. Yeah, so I mean, it's all decently close together. Alright, next hand. I cut 9, because 8 6. It's saying I should have cut the east. And it's decently close together, but that does stand out to me. Because again, last game, it's like, I don't know. Just nuance I haven't picked up on, I guess. One, two, three. The second 3 got 1 point, which also checks out. Get rid of the extra 3. The sequence is gonna be 1, 2, 3 anyway. I guess cut east because there's already 4 melds, and the east is probably not gonna be my 5th meld. It's probably where that falls. North is not a relevant wind, so and also it's dead. I kept the north to keep it as a Sif discard for later, and I cut the 6 because it was just dropped. I think this is correct. I think the 6 is correct. North is 1,000,000% safe at any point in the game. 6 is only safe right now. Like, it's safe from a north seat the whole hand, but not east or west. So I'm gonna keep going. Feel free to call back to that if you want to. I cut 5 because I had just cut 5. But it's also saying 9, and it's also saying 4 pin. I see you, meh. I mean, there is that I cut, like, a meld, I guess. 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair. From a defensive standpoint, the 6 is the best cut, but from the offensive standpoint, sure. I should have cut north. Yeah. Because, like, the hand was still playable. I didn't need the hard fold. And the 6 is only better for hard folding. Why is 4 pin so good here? It was dropped recently. It is safe. The 9 and the 5. The 5 is also safe. Which is what I cut. And also, I had just cut it. But it's also a red 5. And it... Yeah, okay. I mean, the 5 and the 4 both set my hand back. The 9 doesn't, but the 9 isn't completely safe. So the 9 is a better... The 9 is a better push. And the 4 and the 5 are better for folding. 4 is technically better for both, because I get to keep the red 5, and I get to keep a completed meld. But, and granted this is retrospect, if I cut the 4, I then have to cut the 3, and the 3 is a deal-in tile. So... But it's all decently close at the end of the day. Same thing here. I cut the door 1 that had... No, I cut the 4 because it had been dropped. I should have cut the 1. I mean, yeah. Yeah, because it's safe against East and North, and it's Suji against West. And then I cut 1, it's saying I should have cut 2. 2 was just dropped. If I skip around too fast, feel free to, like, ask me to go back to a previous one if we want to discuss it more. These are all decently close. I cut 8, thinking it would want me to cut dragons. I cut 8 thinking it wouldn't want me to cut dragons. But I think realistically it's all about the same. I have full melds, so I guess I didn't need to keep dragons, because I was already close enough without them. But now it's telling me I should have cut the 8 when I started cutting the dragons. 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, that does make sense. That does make sense. And then I did that, and now it's saying I should have cut the white dragon. Okay, it's saying someone reached I should cut the white dragon because of folding. Because honors are fine to discard at this level into Uchi's, I guess. I cut 4, which was safe. It's saying I should have cut 9, which was fairly recently dropped. Damn. 9 is my pair. So if I cut it, I am losing my pair. But for a pure defensive move, that is more safe because it was dropped more recently, whereas this is only safe against West. Also, yeah, well, no, it's safe against South also because the Uchi was before the 4 drop, which I think I was questioning when this happened, but that's what I concluded, because I would have dropped south 1, 1, west, west, 9, so on and so forth, with no calls anywhere. I guess what note I do have 2 9s, so that is 2's the safest cards as well. I don't know if that would be a reason to cut the first 9 necessarily, but okay, well, no calls out of other people. Oh, that does affect the logic though. Shit. No, it doesn't. Because that means that I'm thinking. Yeah, it doesn't change anything in this instance. Anyway. These are all relative. Well, I mean, I didn't have a top 3 discarded, but the top 3 were relatively the same. I cut 1. So firstly, why did I cut 1? 2, 2, 7, 9, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I guess cutting 9 and 7. Well, I don't know. Cutting. Yeah. Cutting either 9 and 7, and then cutting the 3 is probably the correct order. I think on, like, post-analysis, I cut this 9. Well, I do have a pair in the 2s, so I don't need, like, a pair of 1s here. I don't know, I think this is an instance of, like, I have 6 melds, or really, what, 7 melds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, I've got 6 melds, and so it's just like, which one do I cut? Keeping 1, 1, 3 does give me options, though, so I probably should keep that as one of the 5. It can hold 7 melds if they're all proto, if they're all just, like, 7, 9, 1, 3, 6, 7, but I had a 3, 4, 5 here. But yeah, it can't really hold 7. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, counting the discard is what I meant. But yes, it does. Yeah, I think it's an instance of having 6 melds and just not being sure which one to cut. I get keeping the 1, 1, 3 because it is the only one that's got the flexibility of it can be a triplet, it can be a sequence, it can be a pair. 6, 7, 7 also has that, I guess, but Door 9. Yeah, I think cutting 9 here is probably right. Boom. I cut 4 to fold. It's saying I should have cut 5 to fold. I think I came to the same conclusion after I dropped 4, and it was kind of this greed of wanting to keep the red 5, even though I was in the process of cutting the meld the 5 was a part of. And I think I cut 5 next. Yeah. I cut north. It's saying I should have cut 3. 3 was just discarded. This makes sense. Oh, right. This. Okay. Yeah. So just let me know at what turn you want to get into this, and I am all ears. I already forgot about this. As I said, I can't be expected to remember what happened 5 minutes ago. I'm waiting. I don't know if Dalkney's typing or if this is waiting for me to properly ask, but Dalkney, please explain the. Okay, there we go. It's more obvious in two more turns. Okay. The 5 so discarded when there is not a single other so tile discarded besides 2. Okay. I see that. 5 right here, 2 right here. Is there an insinuation in Twitch chat that Ducky Killer is Darkney? Is that the insinuation? So from the 5 so, you gotta think what tiles are still in circulation. I don't really care to, like, witch hunt if I'm not being, like, stream sniped in the process. So honestly, like, it'd be funny, but I don't really... In this instance, it doesn't bug me. Also, I'm not him. Way to assume gender if you really don't know who this person is. This swell individual, as if I didn't make, like, a fucking pride joke. A pride joke. Yes, thank you, Brain. Alright. From the 5 so, you gotta think what's in circulation. A 2's out, a 5's out, a 7's out. Okay, yeah. So the best weight for dealers shifts from 258 to 147. This makes sense to me. 5 is gone, so it can't be a 258. If it was 3-sided, it's either 147 or it's 369. However, in this instance, I know that 2 5s are out and 2 7s are out. Also, I just want to analyze this hand for a second. So it's 1, 2, 3, pair of 4, 5, 6 waiting on 4, 7. But if they draw 1, it becomes 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. I didn't get to look at it long enough in the moment to, like, really see what the shape of the hand was. Yeah. Anyway, so right now the logic is just that it can't be 258 because they dropped a 5. but it could still be 147, and I guess it could still be 369. Am I understanding so far? I do agree with that, Chloe, but for the argument of like saying 147, I mean I still don't know how the fuck you tell it's 147, but like I think I would be thinking of that in my head as defending, just not like consciously. But that's more just like not having Suji tiles and less, oh, I think they might be 147. Like, I'm definitely not going to cut a 4 or a 6, because it could be 1-4, it could be 4-7, it could be 3-6, it could be 6-9. I just wouldn't be able to look at this and be like, ah, yes, 1-4-7. And even saying it's probably a so weight is fine, because no so's have been discarded before the Luigi. Which, when it's early enough, I don't necessarily buy personally, but I do understand the logic of it. Is there more information we wish to discuss, or is that it? Like 3 discards ahead? Okay. I mean, 6 is now out, so it wouldn't be 369. So if it's 3-sided, it can only be 147. It's just a guess if you want to bet on a lottery. I mean, if Darkney wants to say it was just a throwaway, like, oh, it's a so, maybe it's 147, it's like a throwaway comment, I can believe this, honestly. It's just crazy that it wound up being right. Look, a broken clock is right twice a day, alright? Anyway. Is there more information we wish to discuss, or are we good to go to the next one? We'll refrain from commenting further. Until the next guess. So, what else do we got? Pelicany, did you have anything else you wanted to say, or we go into the next like difference, next Maka? Next hand. Okay. I cut 3, and it was saying to cut one of the dragons. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. 3, 4, 5, 5. 7, 8, 8. 3, and then 2 dragons. I'm not quite sure where to take this, like, in any... Because I see 3 pairs that, like, aren't necessarily pairs. I think cutting the... I mean, it's not advocating cutting the 5 or the 8, but I think cutting the 3 over the 5 and the 8 makes sense because it is a completed sequence versus, like, 4, 5, 5. Could be a sequence, could be a pair. 7, 8, 8 could be a sequence, could be pair. It's just the nuance of when to cut dragons early versus when to hold them, I guess, that I'm not getting. Because it seemed like it was, my understanding of the dragons was you hold it because it could be a Yaku. So unless the argument here is, like, my hand is close enough to completion that I should just cut them. Yeah, but the last time I did Maka, it was saying, like, you cut this 9, you should have cut this dragon. I guess cutting a 3 isn't the same as cutting a 9. An isolated 109 is weak enough. Be to keep an honor over it. But a 2 is already fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. I've obtained new information. I have over-calibrated for it. I have now recalibrated. I've calibrated back in the other direction, and hopefully I'm more where I should be, I guess. Oops, I discarded the wrong dragon, I guess. I don't think cutting 3 is that bad. One's already out. The other, I guess the white dragon's also out. White dragon was just dropped. Okay. I cut the 8. It's saying I should have cut the 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5. Okay, yeah. Because cutting the 3 gives me the options, because the 7, 8 could be... 7, 8, 8 could be a meld, like a sequence, or it could be a pair. Or a triplet. So, cutting the 3 has more options than cutting the 8, because the 8 has flexibility. Got it? Same thing here. Well, I just drew a 1. So it's saying that cutting the 1 and the 3 is better than cutting, like, 2 of the 5s or 2 of the 6s, I guess. Like, it's saying that cutting the 1 and the 3 is better than cutting 1 of my 2 pairs. So why... A few reasons. Okay, I'm listening. 2's twice out. Fail, yes. Doors full of pin. Fail, yes. Okay. All simples also consideration after the full amount draw. Yes. Okay. Makes sense. Speaking of which, and I had cut the 1 with that in mind, but if I had cut the 1 and the 3 last time, it would have been even faster. Ducky will Luigi and someone will guess 2-6. There's a lot of interesting insinuations right now. Alright. I cut 7. 7 was Suji, and I didn't want to cut a meld that I should have cut because it was dead. Or, like, basically dead. Okay. I cut Green Dragon. I should have cut South because it didn't do anything for me. I am okay with this. I cut 9. It's saying I should have cut 5, but it's fairly close to number. Decently close. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 2, 3, 7, 7, 9, 2, 3, red, red. I mean, yeah, I have like an entirely extra meld. So cutting 5 and then like 1, 2 is probably the correct order. I don't know, cutting 5 and then cutting like one of the extras. Isolate a tile furthest than the weakest block. Yeah. I cheat to go for half outside. And it's saying I shouldn't have. I fully accept this. Next. I then immediately decided to fold because there was a Uichi. 3 was safe, but I didn't want to cut the 2 after, so I kept the 3 for half outside potential and for. Although I would have had to cut the 7s for that. Who's waiting on 7? Oh, never mind. Ignore that. Don't answer that. Yeah. Anyway, 3 was safe discard, but I didn't want to commit to cut. I didn't want to commit to cutting the 2 after because I mean it's technically Suji from the 5, but also the whole thing of like they recheat on one tile, so the nearby tiles are probably not safe. So I just cut red dragon because they would safely discards overall. Man, I just had a thought. I'm gonna post something in chat. One sec. Gotta find it. It is. Okay. So this is one of the early resources. Actually, I can just pull this up on stream. Hang on. So this is one of the early resources that I was given for. Oh, that's not the right thing. Can't like adjust it the way I want to. Anyway, this is one of the early resources I was given for like learning the game and for defending. And it's also has supported like terminals being unsafe discards. I guess Post Honor tile is only a B. It's not horrible, but this is like a non-Suji terminal or like non-Suji other things. Okay. Alright, I don't think I have anything I necessarily want to discuss now that I'm looking at this again. Alright. I thought honors were a lot riskier, is what I was curious about. But it's just I never analyzed it as well as I could have, I guess. Alright. I cut 9. It's saying I should have cut Red Dragon, but it's pretty even. Red Dragon was probably the next cut, and I just wanted to hold it a little bit to see if I drew another one. That was the only grab it had with that entire game. Oh, well, I also just won really quickly. Never mind. Okay. I cut 9, and it's saying I should have cut 8. 8 is more isolated than the 9. I accept this. 1124, 1124, 77333, white, white, 779, and then a west. Okay, yeah, I think cutting 8 is fine here. I cut the 2. It's saying I should have cut the 5, but there's 6 points apart. That's fine. I cut extra 1 to no longer go for Chi Toy Toy Toy. It's saying I should have committed to Chi Toy 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 with the 5. Yeah, it's saying I should have committed the Chi Toy Toy Toy, basically. Maybe I could have cut the 7 if I just didn't want to go for it. I don't know if I understand that, but, like, I don't know if it's worth discussing either. But yeah, for payers, I should have Chi Toy Toy Toyed. And then I cut this for Lychee, and it's saying I should have just cut it. I think I was low time and didn't have a whole lot of time to think on it. But it's still the right decision, just that I shouldn't have Lychee'd, I guess. But it ultimately didn't matter. What was ton it is? They discarded the 9 or the 5 and then Stelton. I cut 3. It's saying I should have cut the 9. 9866. Should have cut a 9 or the Red Dragon. I think I'm okay with Red Dragon in this instance. 3 is just isolated, but it's still a 3. 6899, 13, 6689. Yeah. I don't think that the 3 is nearly as bad, but I do think the Red Dragon is probably the best. I'm waiting to see if there's any discussion to be had, or if I'm just going to the next one. Because, like, 9-8 is an awkward meld when I do have a pair of 6 already. But it's also the 5th meld. Yeah, okay. I cut Red Dragon. It's saying I should have cut 6 with a differential of 1. I think this is fine. I was probably thinking Chewy Toy anyway, so it didn't make much difference. 1 Red Dragon was already out. No 6 mons were out. Well, 1 6 mon is out, because Dual Indicator. No 9 pins are out. I cut 6. Whoa. And I should have cut 3. This is 8899, 66789, 79. Yeah, so I'm probably looking for Pure Twin Sequence here off of the 8s and 9s. I guess it's a rough hand. Okay. I cut West because it's an honor that doesn't do anything for me. Yeah. 6 blocks, I could cut 1. Yeah, because 688 is still flexible, so yeah. Just cutting one of the melds and would be like 1-3 or would be 7-9. Okay. I cut West because it's an honor that does not give me any value. It's saying I should have cut 1. This is fine. I think 1 is technically better tile acceptance. It's a difference of 5. It doesn't matter a whole lot. 1 full shape, just like the 6-9, is an ultra bad terminal. Okay. Fail. And then I cut east. It's saying I should have cut one of the 1 pins. This makes sense. It's the Suji tiles. Suji tiles, but also, is Suji off the Wichi tile still Suji? Yeah, surely not. Okay, you're right. This did come up. I didn't think much of it because I would have had the same thought. Alright. Anyway. 7 pin. I still stand by cutting 7 pin personally. I don't know what makes 9 safe. What makes the... Okay. I think, if we're taking the actions of one person under, like, a microscope, I do see, like, the suspicious nature of, quote-unquote, surely not a Suji trap. But in a vacuum, I think that is a completely reasonable statement to make as a joke, if not something that I would have, like, made myself. As a spectator, as a player, even. So... Anyway, what makes... you said 8-so is out 3 times. You're very right. Blockade. Understood. They would have to have the last 8 for it to be a sequence weight, and or they would have to have, like, 2 9s. Okay. I cut 8 mon. It's saying I should have cut 8 pin. It's not a huge difference. 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Also, if I keep the 8, 9, there is full straight potential on the mons. 7, 8, 9. The extra 8 is just in the way. It's technically the only could be a paler, but I do have to cut a meld for it to be the paler, so... I mean, with a 5, I don't think... I don't know. Because if I keep that... If I keep it as is, I can cut the 8 to have... if I draw another paler, or I can cut the 9 if I draw, like, a 6. But that's also a lot of investment. So, yeah, also 5-8, true. The only argument to hold the 8 that I have is just that it's a, it's the closest thing I have to a paler. Well, no, I literally just drew a 9. Okay. 9, 9... Yeah, I think the 9 he was fine to cut. I do see the 9 here as well. But this also does function as a second paler. Not that you need to have a second paler, but, like... I don't know. I think cutting this 9 first is okay. There's only 9-point difference. I'm gonna go to the next one. I cut 2 because I drew a 5, so 3, 4, 5 is now the sequence. It's saying I should have cut the 7. I like this... Well, okay. If you cut 7, then it's 5, 6, 7 plus pair of 8. That's very clean. If you cut the 5, which I wouldn't have done any, like, yet. If you get the 5, that's Ipeko. And then, I don't know, 2, 5 is, like, fake pair. It's like the 2-sided weight to have a pair. Yeah. I'm just trying to analyze, like, the other perspectives. It's not like what is the best. It's like, okay, this is also highly rated. And then, like, I don't know whether I agree or not. Oops. I recheed, and it's saying I should have just cut. But they're pretty close. Okay, let me say them. 2, 3, 4, 5 is a great block to get 2 sequences. Okay. 2, 3 mon, 5, 6 mon are partially overlapping. So they're only waiting on 3 kinds of tiles. Instead of the normal 4 for 2 two-sideds. Makes sense, makes sense. You could improve that a little with the 2, 3, 4, 5, so. That's what I see. Yep. Keeping the 4 side versus potential epical. I just cut. I reached on the 7. It's saying I should just cut. I don't know if there's a whole lot to discuss necessarily. This was the final hand, so this is the last one of the game. Yeah, well, also there's no more differentials, so. We play for a second. Anyway. Okay. And then we'll look at this one, then I'll call it a night. The person that got third had a really good game, apparently. I don't know how that works out. Just unlucky, I guess. Okay. I cut the 1 mon. It's saying I should have cut the 1, 2. I agree with this. I don't need to analyze this. 1, 2 needs to draw 3 to improve. Oh, like, I don't know. It's just if I draw a 4, I'm cutting the 1 to have a 2 and a 4. The 1 and 3 here is already taken that step. So cutting 1, 2 is correct. I cut the 1 that I just drew. It's saying I should have cut the 3. I don't understand this. It's only 14 apart. I mean, I guess it's similar logic to cutting the 1. I just don't understand why it's necessarily better. Anyway. I cut the 1 and the 2 here. It's saying I should have cut the 7 and the 9? 9's Dora, so being greedy to hold it a little bit I think is fine. Over the 1 and the 2. Also, it's a little more progressed. 7, 9 is better than 1, 2. So 8 pin 3 times out. You were so right. We said this exact thing in the game when we played. I'm pretty sure. I discarded Red Dragon because the hand was decently progressed. I didn't feel like it was worth it to hold. It's saying I should have cut the 2 pin. 3 were out. I think that's fine. Yeah, I skipped, and it's saying I should have cheated because the hand was, like, dead in the water after... At least this part was dead in the water after the fact. Makes sense. I discarded South. And I think this hand is going to be I should have cut these the whole time. Well, no. Like, because I didn't call the 8. Yeah. Because I didn't call the 8, it is now dead in the water. That's what I meant. Because there's no more 8s, so there's no way to make a meld out of the 7 and the 9. The hand itself might not be dead, but especially 7 plus 9 in conjunction is now a rock that will never, like, metamorphosize into a butterfly, you know? Anyway, so I cut the south. I think this entire hand is going to be, hey, why haven't you cut these yet? Why haven't you cut these yet? Why haven't you cut these yet? I cut the 1. It's saying I should cut the 2. What's the 3 situation? 1-3 heal. I mean, 3 is on out, so I don't know if the 2 is necessarily a better cut than the 1. Plus, I've already dropped a 1. But it is not lost on me that there's only 1-2 left because of the pawn. Three pawns. People are pawning too much. Toy. Okay, yeah, so 2 is a safe defensive drop because there's a lot of pawns. But I also don't know if I'm necessarily defending yet, so by that logic, 2 is worth holding to discard later, I think. But I don't expect Maka to account for that. Cut the white dragon. 1 was out already. I cut the 5 because it had just been pawned. I guess. I don't know. I think saving the tile till later is like a fair mentality, but I do see the point on like what constitutes later. If it's turn 12, then sure, there's not like a whole lot of reason to hold things. You probably got plenty of information at that point. I cut the 8 because I prioritized dragons higher than I should have. I cut the wrong dragon. I cut the wrong honor. West is dead. Plus, it's not an important tile for me. I think cutting it over the dragons is fine. Unless the argument is to kill the dragons by dropping them. But here it's saying I should have cut the 4. Which, like, 4, 6, 7, I guess. Overlap. Look at your hands. The argument is to kill the dragons. Three, 4 mon, 6, 7 pin, 3, 4, 5 so, 4, 5 so, 7, 7. It's already a perfect hand. Yeah. No, yeah, that was like kind of my joke, was like, okay, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. Yep. My hand is already complete. I should be trying to kill the dragons as fast as possible. Got it. Okay. Although in this instance, it's saying to cut the 4 pin instead. Which I find a little odd in that instance. Cutting red dragon, sure. I don't know if I quite see 4 pin. 1 4 pin's out already, 2 3 pins already. 4 pin is very dangerous. Just get it out of the way. Okay. And then it's saying here I should have dropped it. Saying here I should have dropped it. saying, "Here, I should have dropped it. Hey, why haven't you cut this full pin yet? Why haven't you cut this full pin yet?" And then I reached on it, and it's saying I should discard it, but not by a whole lot. And because I drew a 5, there's an argument for cutting the 7, but I deal in if I cut the 7. I mean, I just dropped 1, so... Yeah. Assuming like, everything is still safe-ish. Cut inside before outside once your hand is, like, complete. Quote-unquote. I cut White Dragon. It's saying I should have cut 9. I already have 8, 6. 9 is redundant. Makes sense to me. And then this 9's isolated. Yeah. Plan ahead better. I cut the isolated 9. It's saying I should have cut this. I cut the 1. It's saying I should have cut this. Yeah, this is... 9 is redundant because I have 8, 6. Makes sense to me. I cut the east. It's saying I should have cut the 2. 4, 4, 5, 5, 7, 7. 1, 2's already out if I'm going for 7 pairs. No 4s are out, no easts are out. And if I'm going for, like, sequences, because I've already got 4, 4, 5, 5, the 2's probably not going to do much. Same thing here. Although cutting Green Dragon is fine. And I cut the 8 here. I think I'm committing to folding, maybe? No, this is 7 pairs. This is me going for 7 pairs, because 4, 5, 7, 2. But it's still like, hey, streamer, why haven't you cut this? Why haven't you cut this? Why haven't you cut this? Alright. It's yelling at me all game. All hand. I cut this. I cut 2 mon. It's saying I should have cut 8 so. Is there that much of a difference? Is there a 22-point difference between them? Like, I drew a second 6, but 2, 6 isn't gonna overlap, I don't think. They prefer 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku over 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku. So it's just the same thing then. Okay. This is a weird anomaly. 3 is Dora. Okay. Yeah, so Sanshoku plus Dora. So yeah. I cut Dora, didn't like that. It's saying I should have cut 4. Probably redundancy because I have 6, 6, 7. And then I cut it. I reached on it, and it's saying I should have just cut it. Okay. I think it makes sense to me. Do we have any other thoughts anyway? I'm probably gonna end stream because it's past midnight and I shouldn't stay up too much later. I didn't mean to immediately hit that button, but I wanted to see if we had anything we wanted to discuss or whatnot. That's what we're doing with you. Pose a question. Okay. I'm listening. Drama. Sure, what's the drama? Is it related to events from earlier today? Look at this account. Okay. Really? Not what I meant to click. Oh, I'll just mod you for a second. For like 2 seconds. Alright, now you can post a link. Alright. Okay. I have not used this website before, so I don't fully know what I'm looking at. It is interesting that it's a pure like 1 and 4 between first, second, third, fourth. Oh my god! AI viewers! Holy shit! Bye. Check the opponents. Fresh account in Jade. Okay. They played Lasty twice. Grath's right here. Yeah. And then me, most offensively of all. Okay. But, like, that could just be queuing in at the same time as streamers, right? Or is the argument that, like, they're waiting to find streamers queue in at the same time as those streamers and then, like, mark points? I mean, playing Lasty twice in, like, 5 games, 4 games is kind of crazy, but... Yeah. Yeah. And I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt of, like, chatter kind of just, like, commenting on stuff and just, like, being lucky and getting things right. But I do understand that, like, how many coincidences does it take? Like, and now it's a pattern. So it's something worth keeping my eye on. Sure, but, like, That's why I say I'm willing to give benefit of the doubt because it could be, but I do see the point. Don't worry, I'm not like dismissing it entirely. A thought. Hang on. Okay, this doesn't go back that far. I was wondering if I might have played Keep Up with them before. Maybe.
Been playing Mahjong for 4 hours.
I'm about to close stream. There's there's some things going on. I mean, listen, I'm a mahjong streamer. I can't just not stream mahjong. Also, is like 3 games and then a little bit of match review. I don't know. Master One is probably a goal to snipe people in Jade, and like we could go deeper in the rabbit hole and start asking questions. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not anything I'm concerned over right now. Just like my own personal priorities. Talking to chat.
I figured.
Yeah, like as long as this food now, as long as there's plausible deniability, and it's not like, hey streamer, I'm the person in your game. This is my weight. Don't deal in. Because like, it's like I've said already. I don't really mind the help, but I don't want to feel like I'm doing better off of chat playing for me, quote unquote. And I don't want to get in trouble because like Mahjong Soul people find my stream and see that I've got chatters like giving key suggestions. Anyway, I think that's enough yapping for now. Do we have sad reality is that this has happened in the past too? Yeah. And with that in mind, I'm pretty sure on the official rulings, you're supposed to have like a minute delay or something when you stream, but then you can't engage with chat. So if it got to that point, I would probably rather just not stream Mahjong, at least not like ranked matches. Because if I'm not able to like have discussions with chat, what's the point? But that's a bridge we can cross midway through. Yep, and thank you for popping in. It was great being able to chat again. I think I'm gonna do another archipelago stream tomorrow because I'm doing the one event in the Discord where I'm supposed to be playing every like 2 to 3 days. And it would have been 3 days since I last played, so I probably don't stream Mahjong tomorrow, but maybe I can stream more Sunday. I will see how things go. I'm not like I'm trying to get my Discord set up where I can start posting it in stream, maybe have a way for people to contact me, but that's still in the works for a few different reasons. Do we have anyone we want to suggest that I raid?
Good question.
No, don't send my viewers out.
It says Mewtwo King's playing.
They are dangerous.
I'm only sleeping? What? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is Mewtwo King
doing? I think he's just like a 24/7 streamer, and so he's got the stream on while he's sleeping.
It's brawl
the stream
gameplay.
But is he actually playing, or is it just like recordings?
No, it just looks like clips.
Yeah,
it's just Luigi clips.
Yeah, so he probably just turned like YouTube on while he slept because he's been struggling financially as a streamer and is just trying to stream 24/7 to like make money. That's at least that's my reading of everything, because I know he was at one point struggling with stuff.
I guess things have been rough since he quit Melee.
Maybe not since he quit Melee, but definitely since like Ultimate has been losing more and more notoriety.
Yeah, we need a new Smash game soon.
Which like I have mixed thoughts on, but I don't want to prolong stream yapping about stuff. especially stuff that stream maybe doesn't care about that much, depending on my audience. I don't know. Plus, it's like almost 1. I don't
Cosmos is playing
recognize
numbers.
any Mahjong soul names, so I can later I can raid Mahjong or I can raid Alien who's streaming Splatoon. I think either one is fine. For the record, it's a network. It's around 240 accounts. Telekinet, that's great. Alright, I'm just gonna raid Alien. So that chat doesn't go in circles on this. If you haven't seen Splatoon before, it's a pretty rad game. And he's doing one of the events.
Today.
I can maybe play like
Nobody
Sunday
said
afternoon or something.
They were playing the Splatfest. Oh.
Right. YouTube chat, go raid. Alright. And I'm heading out. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.